Good morning, everyone. It's the 10th of October, 2023. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for that date. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. There have been or has been an agenda circulated. Would there be anything to add or take away from that agenda? Seeing nothing, I would look for a motion to adopt that agenda. Councillor Ratcliffe is first. All in favor? And that's carried. Also, the minutes from the regular council meeting of the 26th of September, 2023 were circulated. Were there any errors or omissions to note? Okay, Councillor Cermak motions to adopt those minutes. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us into section 4, planning and emergency services. And the first thing up is item 4.1, first reading of bylaw 116623 for application number 19/23 to amend the land use bylaw. And Mr. Bisson is going to lead us through that one. But first, we'll maybe have a round of introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Graham, please.
Good morning. I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning. Jordan Northcott, Councillor for Division 4.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor representing Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Darrell Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning, Gordon Hart from Terratima Resort.
Thank you for joining us this morning. I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson to outline this item, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Terratima Resort currently holds title to Plan 2120254, Block 1, Lot 6, which is part of the Northeast 2437-8 west of the 5th, containing 153.21 acres of land. The subject land is mainly designated agriculture, with the southern portion of the quarter designated recreational facility district. The subject property is located approximately 11 miles southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Accelerated Surveys Limited, on behalf of the landowners, has made application to redesignate 12 acres located in the south central portion of the quarter from Ag to Recreational Facility District. The remaining 141.21 acres of the quarter would remain under the Ag designation. An additional 5 acres located in the east central portion of the quarter is currently before council for their consideration to redesignate the land to CRA. The lands subject to the proposed application to redesignate 12 acres from Ag to RF contain a curling rink and an ancillary building used for the storage of equipment and supplies for the day-to-day operation of the resort. Access to the subject property can be obtained from an existing access off of Range Road 8-0 adjacent to the east property boundary and Township Road 37-4 adjacent to the north property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate, to legalize all of the existing buildings used in conjunction with the Terratima Resort Limited that are not currently located on lands designated RF. As part of Bylaw 1153-23 for the redesignation of 5 acres located in the east central portion of the quarter section, Council tabled second reading of the bylaw pending the landowner making application to redesignate all or a portion of the remainder of the subject property. This was requested so that all of the existing buildings used in conjunction with the business would be located on the lands designated RF. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will request that council approve bylaw 1153-23 to create separate title to a 5-acre parcel located in the east central portion of the subject property. The landowners will also continue with the sale of the subject property containing Terratima Resort. Once sold, it is anticipated that the owner would continue the day-to-day operation of the resort. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential and recreational parcels surrounding the subject property. The attached package provides more detail, and the applicant is with us today and will be able to speak to the proposal. So as we look at planning direction, we look at the county's municipal development plan. Section 5 directs us to consider the impacts of ag and limit any infringements that the proposal may have on the ag district. Section 7 deals with the economic activity, encouraging growth of existing businesses, including tourism. Section 8 deals with the recreational facilities and how they contribute to the local economy, and also gives us some criteria for approving recreational businesses. Section 11 covers off the requirement for development to follow provincial standards for water and wastewater services. Section 14 covers off some additional things to consider and allows the county to request additional studies when it comes to considering those additional criteria. Then we move on to the county's land use bylaw, section 13.4, part 10, the recreational facility district, and the general purpose of that district is to accommodate and regulate the development of major or intensive recreational buildings and uses. Within that district, 13.4, part 10, there's part 10B is a list of discretionary uses, ancillary buildings. It falls under that category. Commercial guest cabins, commercial guest lodge, open air skating rink, other recreational structures and facilities uses similar to the type or function of a named permitted or discretionary use in the district and appropriate in the rural area. Section 13.4, part 10C deals with the acceptable lot sizes, and all that it gives us there is that the minimum lot size has to be 2.5 acres. Section 13.4, part 10L deals with the maximum allowable density for guest cottages. And as you can see, based on that criteria, the guest cottages that are currently on this property would meet this allowable density. So policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow the landowner to legalize the existing structures located on the subject property that are used in conjunction with Terratima Resort Limited within the area designated RF. This is as per council's request at the regular council meeting held on July 25th, 2023, as part of second and third reading to bylaw 1153-23. Access to the property has been met. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing operations in the area, as the proposal does not include any plans to intensify the existing tourism operation. MDP policies 14.2.5 and 6 permits the county to request certain studies, such as an environmental assessment report, to address sensitivities of the subject property and adjacent lands. Public Works, Ag Services, and Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. It's our recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1166-23 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Questions for the development officer from council? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just confirming page 9, well, I guess all of the aerials, the title is still delayed, right? So the title was moved to I guess that's the northeast, the 2 orange dots on page 9, and it's not actually the one in the east central area currently?
That is correct. So the applicant has made application for a boundary adjustment, and so the first parcel out that's currently in the east central portion of the quarter will be moved up to the northeast corner, And then bylaw 1153 is for the redesignation of that east central portion to residential to take that parcel out again. So yes, that parcel has not been registered as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Again, the recommendation here is to grant first reading and move to a public hearing. Councillor Cermak, please.
Dustin, I just need to get this clear in my head. By the looks of it right now, according to this picture on page 9, that would make it 4 titles to this quarter.
No, so this is just a spot rezoning. They are not proposing to subdivide it. So it'll remain as part of the quarter. So right now, there are 2 titles on this quarter. And if bylaw 1153 eventually passes, that would make the parcel in the east central portion the 3rd title within the quarter. So it does meet our policies that way.
Okay, so on this picture that we have there, the purple, that is already a title, right?
No.
No.
No?
That is part of the quarter section. That is what is currently designated recreational right now.
Oh, okay, so we're not going for a title, we're just redesignating this and bringing it in to compliance.
That's correct.
Clear now, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I move that council grant first reading to bylaw 1166/23 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this morning. We move forward in our agenda. I don't know if Mr. Connolly is joining us quite yet for that one, but the next item will be, here we go. Item 4.2, and that is first reading of bylaw 1168/23 for application 20/23 to amend the land use bylaw. And before I turn it across to Mr. Connolly, we'll do another round of introductions, please, and I'll start with Councillor Graham. Surprise, surprise.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Planning Intern.
I'm Desiree Olson. I'm here on behalf of Brianna McIntosh and Rob McIntosh.
Well, good morning and welcome, and I shall turn the floor across to Mr. Connolly to introduce his item, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Robert McIntosh currently holds title to the Southwest 337 of 6, containing 156.3 acres, excluding the bed and shore of the Clearwater River, in the Agriculture District, and is located approximately 6.19 kilometers north of the village of Caroline. Brianna McIntosh, with the support of the landowner Robert McIntosh, is proposing to redesignate 7 acres located in the southeast corner of the quarter section from the Ag District to the Country Residence Agricultural District. The 149.3 acres of the balance of the quarter section would remain under the A District. The proposed 7-acre parcel is developed with a residence and an ancillary building. The balance of the quarter section is developed with a residence and various ancillary buildings in the central portion adjacent to the east property boundary. Legal and physical access can be obtained to the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter section off Range Road 6-2A adjacent to the east property boundary and off Township Road 37-0 adjacent to the south property boundary. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant, with the support of the landowner, will proceed with an application to subdivide this 7-acre CRA parcel to create separate title and become the third title within the quarter section. The landowner and the applicant currently reside on the quarter section in different existing yard sites. The proposed parcel is for the landowner's sister, and the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision will give the applicant the opportunity to own an acreage. Under the 2023 MDP Policy 5.2.3 states that each subdivision or development application shall be assessed and decided upon a case-by-case basis. Section 5.24 states that making decisions on proposed land use redesignations, subdivisions, or developments in areas of the county where agriculture is the primary use, Clearwater County should seek to limit infringements on the agricultural operations. Policy 6.2.3 states that Clearwater shall require each parcel to be approved for a residential development. It has to have legal access and year-round physical access, a minimum of 1 acre developable area. Where a private septic system and a private water system are proposed, there must be sufficient area necessary to provide the proposed private systems. And then in the land use bylaw, section 13.4.4 is the CRA district. The general purpose of this district is to accommodate and regulate traditional CRA parcels with minor agricultural pursuits. Section 13.4.4-C, acceptable lot size. For residential use, 1.46 to 2.02 hectares or 3.6 to 5 acres. If the parcel was created, then we can go up to 7. As per section 10.2.4, a parcel that includes all or a portion of the existing farmstead, the size may be up to 7 acres, unless otherwise deemed necessary. The impacts of this proposal on adjacent agricultural activities and residential uses are considered low. Should this approval and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would align with MDP Policy 10.2.2 as the third title out of the quarter section. The proposed parcel meets the minimum requirement of 1 acre developable area as per MDP Policy 6.2.3. Thank you.
Great. Go ahead. Sorry, were you?
Yeah, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Questions for the development officer? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What is the predominant land use here? Not land zoning, actual land use. What is it being used for? Is it actively farmed? Is it logging? There seems to be a bunch of buildings in the middle. What's actually going on here?
The buildings in the middle on the east side of the quarter, that's the farmstead that Desiree and Robert reside at. So she could probably speak more to the uses on the quarter section.
I have the outbuildings, I have a chicken coop and a little greenhouse, and Rob has a shop. We have 7 cows.
So you're actively farming
Yeah.
the area? Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Cermak, did you have a question? No. Any additional questions for the applicant or for the development officer? If not, again, the recommendation was to grant first reading and head to a public hearing. Councillor Graham?
I would make that motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And that completes item 4.2. We move to item 4.3, and I believe this is Mr. Connolly's as well. Following suit, we'll welcome you this morning to join us, and we'll start with a round of introductions. And Councillor Graham, knows the routine, so we'll start with her.
We're getting very well practiced at this one. Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Council.
Welcome Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, Yale.
Dawson Conley, Planning Intern.
And if you folks could introduce yourselves as well, that would be terrific.
I'm John Bugby. My wife Eileen Bugby, we're co-owners on this property that we're applying for.
Well, thank you for joining us this morning. I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Connolly to introduce this item, please.
John and Eileen Bugby have made application to amend the land use bylaw on Plan 1022159, Block 1, Lot 6, containing 3.58 acres. The subject land is currently designated Recreation Facility District and within Clearwater County's land use bylaw. It is located adjacent to Highway 591, approximately 26.9 kilometers southwest of the village of Caroline. The applicants are proposing to redesignate the subject property from the RF district back to the Country Residential District. The property was rezoned from CR to RF in January of 2020 so that a potential buyer could operate a campground. However, that did not go through. Therefore, the owners are proposing to rezone back to CR so that they can sell the property with the restrictive covenant in place. Access to the property can be achieved from Boundary Boulevard adjacent to the north property boundary. Section 14.2.4 of the MDP states that Clearwater County shall implement policies of the MDP when making decisions on any proposed redesignation. 14.2.6 states that Clearwater County shall consider the following when evaluating an application for redesignation. Impact on adjoining land and nearby land uses, impact on natural capital, impact on the environment, scale and density, site suitability and capacity, road requirements, utility requirements and impacts, open space needs, availability of protective and emergency services, Bear Smart provisions and Fire Smart provisions, and impacts on schools and healthcare systems. Section 12.2 of the land use bylaw states that if the subdivision or development for which land was redesignated does not occur within 1 year of the date of passage of the bylaw that redesignated the land, council may initiate a bylaw to redesignate the land back to its former district. Section 13.4.3 is the Country Residence District. The purpose of this district is to accommodate and regulate traditional residential parcels while permitting any agricultural pursuit. The subject property was redesignated for the development of a campground which did not proceed. Additionally, there is a restrictive covenant on title which only permits certain developments on the property, and a campground does not fit within this restrictive covenant. The property owners want to move on from this property and sell it for residential development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Connolly. Questions for the development officer? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Do you have some examples on the restrictive covenant in the area, or because it's not provided in the package, just some things that are in that?
It's for like the development, it's for residential development. So like the campground would not be able to be developed with that restrictive covenant in place because it doesn't fit in there. So that's why they're rezoning.
Yeah, the covenants are separate from our rules. Do we have a copy of the covenant in the area, like to have an idea of why it wouldn't have fit?
I didn't include one.
Okay. Even just some examples of what is restricting
the county I don't know. Those are conditions on it.
There only one dwelling shall be constructed on each lot. All outbuildings on any lot shall be designed, placed, and finished to be complementary to the dwelling located on that lot. No dwelling shall be a mobile home or manufactured home. No dwelling shall have a living area less than 1,000 square feet. No utility services, including telephone, cable, and electrical services from the transformer to the dwelling or other buildings shall be above ground. The external finish of any building or structure shall be fully completed when finished within 18 months. No excavation shall be permitted or carried out on any property except as required for the construction of buildings. Living trees within 3 meters of the property boundary may not be removed. All existing perimeter fences as of December 1st, 2009 shall be kept and maintained in good condition. All garbage and refuse shall be properly stored in closed containers in a sanitary manner so as not to cause any odor or nuisance. All pets shall be restrained and kept within the property owned by the owner of such pet. No abandoned vehicles, machinery, or other unsightly items shall be kept or stored on any property. The covenants contained herein shall be registered against the titles for the properties and shall be considered to be covenants running the land and shall run the land from the date of registration.
So, follow up.
Go ahead, please.
So, thank you. So then I'm curious, how did it get made RF in the first place if it would not have this development be able to go through if this covenant was restricting it anyway?
That must have been overlooked at the time of application.
But if it's registered on title,
Yeah.
then when a title search was done to change it from CRA to RF in the first place, it would have, or is it not actually on title?
No, it's on title.
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, I guess like if council felt because like the directly adjacent property is RF and if they felt that it was a good location for RF, they could still proceed with the RF development. Like we generally mention in our development permits that there's a restrictive covenant on the property and there may be issues with developing on there because we don't generally encourage development that goes against the restrictive covenant. But I mean, if they felt at the time that it would be a good use of the property because of the other uses in the area, it doesn't mean that we couldn't approve something on there regardless of the restrictive covenant. It's just if the neighbors, like with a restrictive covenant, we have no control over that. However, with it being on the property and the other residential properties, they could get together and legally go against the property, saying they're not meeting the restrictive covenant, but it wouldn't be anything that we could do. So they could still proceed with development under our rules regardless of the restrictive covenant, but it just makes things challenging if somebody is trying to develop on there. Then you're kind of going against the neighbors and the other properties. And then they're wanting to get rid of the property, so it's easier to just put it back to what it was.
Thank you for clarifying, because I was very confused on the hierarchy of rules with all of those things and how it even became RF in the first place. So thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. I move that council grant first reading to bylaw 1169/23 and that we can proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for that. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, folks.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. That takes care of item 4.3. We move forward through the agenda to item 4.4. First reading of bylaw 1170/23 for application number 22/23 to amend the land use bylaw. And I believe this one is Ms. Gillum's to introduce. So I'll turn the floor across to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, so our recommendation for this one would be that council consider granting first reading of bylaw 1170/23 for the purpose of amending the land use bylaw to redesignate approximately 0.18 acres of land on Plan 4142A as Block 1, Lots 3 and 4. Do you want to go to the... yeah, thank you. So Clearwater County has an accepted offer to purchase from Daryl and Julie Casey, who currently hold title to Plan 4142 AS Block 1, Lots 3 and 4. So there's 2 lots there, containing 362.5 square meters each for a total of 725, or the 0.18 acres of land. The subject lands are currently designated hamlet commercial. The subject properties are located within the hamlet of Leslieville. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has made application to redesignate the existing parcels from the hamlet commercial to hamlet residential. The existing parcels are bare undeveloped land. Access to the parcels obtained from 3rd Street, adjacent to the east property boundary. And the applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to create a public open space with the hamlet of Leslieville for the construction of a playground. And surrounding land uses are hamlet commercial and hamlet residential. In the attached package. And the applicant, I don't know that I told Eric or Kate to be here, but this one is this one is similar to the previous one that we had. So they're looking at basically doing the properties to the south of the last one that I brought, just to have a larger area there for that park space. So they were able to secure an agreement for these properties as well. So they're hoping to rezone these to have that all one area for development. So the policies would be similar to what I previously presented regarding the encouragement of development in hamlets, and similar to also with the Leslieville Area Structure Plan, although it does not meet. Like I said, in the previous one, we had planned for the properties to the north, but these ones worked out better for availability and location, and to be able to purchase from landowners to be able to develop them within the hamlet. So policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the development of the park and playground. There's legal and physical access to the existing parcel. The proposed plan conforms to the discretionary uses listed in the land use bylaw for the hamlet residential district. The proposal complies with MDP policy 9.2.1 in that it will enhance the amenity and livability of the hamlet. Although the proposal does not fully comply with the Leslieville ASP, the intent is met. During the ASP process, land was mapped directly to the north, as I mentioned, and so we were able to, the Public Works has been able to acquire this land to go forward with proposed development. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent hamlet commercial and hamlet residential lots and feel that a development of this nature would only enhance the nature of the hamlet and create a central area for community connection. And so Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive opportunity to comment at the proposal during the referral stage of this process. Any questions?
Councillor Graham, please.
I do not have a question. I just thank you once again to Public Works for making this happen. I think this is going to be so great for the community, and especially at the block party, there was talks about wanting to block off that area next year because it's growing so rapidly. So I think that this is going to fit so well with what's happening in the community right now, and I look forward to going to the public to make some more plans. And I would happily make a motion to grant first reading.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve, oh, sorry.
I didn't touch my button
Okay, this time I'll go to Councillor Cermak was first then.
Preemptively touching my button.
Ms. Gillum, can you please explain that last sentence in the first paragraph, the policy considerations? Although the proposed does not fully comply with the Leslieville ASP, the intent is met. What doesn't it comply with?
Thank you, Lana. So with this, because the land use concept map, those lots on that street were allotted to be hamlet commercial, so that's why it doesn't comply. And then we had planned, yeah, if you could zoom in a little bit, Alana, that would be great. That map in the top left, you can kind of see the zoomed in of that area there. So those pink lots were intended to be hamlet commercial. And then the green lots to the north near the GTI were where we marked for parks and open space, because we thought that might be an area that might work for that, but it's just worked out depending on who Public Works was able to contact and actually purchase lots from for that. So we were trying to put a park area in that area of town, but just what we were able to secure. So those hamlet commercial lots are where we're looking to rezone versus those areas to the north. So they're in very much the same location. So, I mean, it's possible that those lots to the north maybe at some point could develop commercially, and then you still have the commercial in that area. And then there's other policies in the ASP that encourage like community development and things like that. So like I said, the intent of it's meant, just not the specific land use concept map is not met.
So we're really not changing anything, we're just swapping land sort of thing.
Yeah, that,
More
like
or
I said,
less.
the intent is there. I mean, at some point,
Yes.
we will wanna like update this, document to match what we're planning to do, but, yeah, we were trying to preemptively plan something, but it's just because of what we were able to find to purchase for this plan was not, yeah, how we were able to proceed is a little bit different.
I think it's great, thanks.
And Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just thinking ahead on this and I'm wondering who is going to be maintaining this site. Will a community group take that over, or will that be like a public works responsibility?
This is where I would have Kate or Eric usually answer, but, it would be county-owned land and parks, so it would be us to maintain, but Rick could maybe jump in there as well.
Mr. Emmons was perhaps going to add something as
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, it would default to Clearwater County. Our Ag and Services Department actually would pick up on the maintenance.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions? I will call that question then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. That takes care of item 4.4. Item 4.5 is Bylaw 1172/23 to rescind bylaw number 1026/17, and that relates to the Parkland Community Planning Services Master Agreement. I believe Mr. Connolly is here to lead us through this item, please.
Thank you. Clearwater County has previously used Parkland Community Planning Services for contract work. At the time of the agreement, it was one of the requirements from PCPS that the county create a bylaw for the master agreement. However, the contract has expired and the county has decided not to move forward with contract renewal. When the need arises for the county to use the services provided by PCPS, Clearwater County will hire at an hourly rate or revisit a contract option. Administration is recommending that council grants first, second, unanimous consent for third reading and third reading of bylaw 1172/23 for the purpose of rescinding bylaw 1026/17. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think the recommendation is clear there. Any questions relating to this item, Bill? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I don't have a question. This seems quite straightforward. I move though that council grants first reading to bylaw 1172/23 to rescind bylaw 1026/17.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions relating to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Consideration of second reading then would be next. Councillor Graham?
Thank you.
We're moving fast today.
We are. I would make the motion for second reading.
Thank you. Discussion on second reading. Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried as well. Now we would be looking for unanimous consent for third reading. A motion for third reading.
Motion to move to third reading.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Any discussion? I know your light is on.
Oh, sorry, I was gonna make that motion.
Okay,
Sorry.
all those in favor then? And that is carried. And then ultimately, motion for third reading would be under consideration. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I will happily make the third reading motion.
Okay, thank you. Any final last discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Boy, we're flying through today.
Yeah, I was like, this is a fast morning for me, under an hour.
I believe that we maybe, I don't know if Mr. Sean is available yet at the moment. I'm looking through at the next item, which would probably be 7.1. Why don't we take a short break here and we'll be back in 10 and move into item 7.1. Welcome back, everyone, after our break. Items 5 and 6 are delegations that will be joining us later in the day today. So we will move forward through the agenda to our Public Works section. And more specifically, 7.1, second and third reading of Bylaw 1145/23. And I'll maybe turn the floor across to our Public Works team.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Reeve Lougheed and Council. I will turn over the first agenda item under Public Works Operations to our engineering intern, Sean Ho.
Good morning, Council. So Public Works has two agenda items for Council's review today. The first item is item 7.1, second and third readings of Bylaw 1145/23, local highways management. At the regular council meeting held on August 22nd, 2023, administration brought forward Clearwater County's local highways management bylaw for council's review. Council approved the first reading at the meeting and carried the following motions. Resolution 369/2023, motion by Councilor Sidney Graham that Council grants first reading of the local highways management bylaw 1145/23 as amended to include in Section 20, Part 1, 24 hours in commercial and institutional districts, Section 20, Part 2, 48 hours in residential or any other districts. And for clarification on Section 34B, a commercial vehicle in excess of 4,500 kg and classification of farm vehicles. Resolution 370/2023, motion by Councilor Neil Radcliffe that Council tables further discussion on the local highways management bylaw to provide the community with a chance to review and provide feedback on the draft bylaw. As per Council's motion, administration amended the aforementioned sections and bring the bylaw back to Council today for second and third readings. These sections are specifically Section 20. The owner or occupant of a property shall remove or cause to be removed snow, ice, or any other debris obstructing the adjacent sidewalk after the deposit of the snow, ice, or other obstructions within, first, 24 hours in commercial and institutional districts. Second, 48 hours in residential or any other districts. Section 34, no person shall park A, a heavy vehicle, or B, a commercial vehicle registered over 11,794 kilograms in a location adjacent to residential property in a multi-lot subdivision, except C, a commercial vehicle with a hazard warning lapse light and in the process of loading and unloading goods, or D, construction equipment being used during construction or improvement of property, provided that the equipment is parked adjacent to the property where the work is being done. So in conclusion, staff recommendation is that Council considers granting second and third readings to Bylaw 1145/23, local highways management for the purpose of regulating the use of local highways under the direction, control, and management of Clearwater County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, but maybe I think first of all, we probably need to lift that tabled discussion from the table. We'll probably need a motion to do that. Councillor Radcliffe, please.
I will make that motion to lift this item from the table.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And then a discussion around second and third readings with these amendments that have been presented here thus far. Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious, I assumed that I'd see it in the definitions and maybe I'm mistaken, but the classification of farm vehicles or a better understanding of farm vehicles as part of the resolution of 369/2023, there was to be a classification of farm vehicles. How is that addressed to be more clear within the bylaw?
Sorry, I'm just coming up. Go ahead, please. Sorry, I'm just coming up to speed with the bylaw and the amendments there. And your concern is more about the parking of farm vehicles, or?
Just what is, so the weights more than anything.
Yeah.
So we were concerned that if we're gonna start persecuting farmers,
Right.
we need to make sure that we actually had a definition or a classification of where are we actually defining farming versus commercial versus all those things. The conversation we had about it was quite lengthy at the time, and I just wanted to make sure that it was addressed in the bylaw.
That, I'm not sure, I would have to, do some more research with that, and, if you're looking for a definition or an exemption for farm equipment, typically, I mean, we did choose the 11794, and that was mainly to, reduce the trucks and trailers. Those typically, you know, have a registered weight of, around 50,000 kgs, 53,000 kgs. What would fall under there too is like a water truck, an example, just to put it in perspective. That's around 20,000 kgs. So I mean, I don't think our, I don't think that we were trying to target or anything to do with farm vehicles. But if you guys do want a separate definition in the bylaw, that's something we would have to come up with, and I would have to come back for that.
No, thank you, I appreciate it. I just think that the big thing was, especially around our hamlets in particular,
Right.
there's a lot of farming operations,
Yes.
and sometimes they have to move throughout our road network, and we
Right.
wanted to make sure that they weren't being penalized the same way that potentially a frac company, just as an example, is required under other legislation.
Right, and that's typically like, I wouldn't, or we wouldn't ticket somebody moving farm equipment through a community. We're more concerned about weights and whatnot, right, like grain trucks and stuff. For, like, I understood that it was more for parking of a commercial vehicle in a or in a multi-lot subdivision. So I don't know of any farm equipment that would be, say, parking in Condor or Leslieville for an extended period of time, right?
Okay, so if it was a shorter period of time, it's not as big of an, it's just the extended period of time that it become a problem?
Right, and that's what I understood, that if it's, say, overnight, or somebody's continue driving their semi-truck and trailer into a multi-lot subdivision, then that's, I believe, where we're having the issues.
Thank you.
And I think for me, I think it's encapsulated with the upping of that limit from the 4,500 kg to the 11,000. I think that kind of makes the intent clear that it's not parking heavily loaded vehicles within those things, but it allows people to park the work truck, you know, the 1 ton with you know, a trailer behind it or something like that overnight, but not semi-trailers or B-trains or something like that.
And that was our purpose for raising that to the 11794, was to allow for that stuff to be able to be parked there.
Super, thank you. Additional questions? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Did we receive any comments from the public on this?
Mr. Magnus?
No, none received within our Department, Public Works Operations. And if there was any received in terms of the front office or corporate services, that would have been shared with us. And nothing was received by them as well, unless yourselves as council received any feedback. But we received none.
I didn't, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. How is 20 enforced? Is it similar to planning and development where we wait for a complaint? Or is it, like, we don't have snow removal police, I'm assuming. So is it more on a complaint-based enforcement, or what are we looking at here?
Yes, I can speak to that again there. Yeah, it is more of a complaint-based process for us. So typically somebody would call in and then we would drive out or whatnot to see what the situation was and, you know, speak to the landowners. So.
And try to educate
Yeah,
prior
it's more
to-
education than anything, just, you know, explaining the bylaw and whatnot to them so they understand. A lot of people don't know, and it just takes that little bit of education to fix that.
Perfect, thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Councillor Graham?
I do not have questions or comments, but I will make a motion to grant second reading to bylaw 1145/23.
Thank you for that. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Again, the recommendation is also for third reading today as well, so would anybody be willing to put forth a motion to that effect? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I can make the motion for third reading.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? All in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you very much for that. Takes us to item 7.2, which is a budget adjustment for the Rocky Mountain House wastewater treatment facility upgrade. And I shall turn it across to our apt and able Public Works team.
Thank you
for joining
again.
us.
The next item, as pointed out by Reeve Lougheed, pertains to a transfer of funds for consideration in the upgrades to the town lagoon, and I will turn this over again to our engineering intern, Mr. Sean Ho.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So the next item is item 7.2, 2023 budget adjustment for Rocky Mountain House wastewater treatment facility upgrade. So as of July 11th, 2023 regular council meeting, the following motion was carried. Resolution 335, 2023, motion by Councilor Sidney Graham, that council accepts the draft wastewater treatment facility agreement with amendments as presented. And after that, this agreement was signed on August 22nd, 2023, and this is attached in this agenda item for your review. So the total capital cost of this project is $30,799,121.05. This project was awarded a federal grant of $10,889,200 and a provisional grant of $9,073,426. Based on the cost-sharing agreement, the county is responsible to pay 25.4% of the remaining non-grant portion, which is a total of $2,752,811.82. So the payment from the county will be processed in 3 steps as per Section 7 of the Wastewater Capital Funding Agreement, and it is further explained as below. So step 1, the county will fund $1 million on the effective date of this agreement, which is October 15th, 2023. This $1 million will be funded through sewer general restricted surplus. A motion for budget adjustment is needed today for this portion. Step 2, the county will pay $1 million on June 30th, 2024. This will be funded through lagoon cost share with town transfers to other government program under 2024 Public Works Operations budget. Thus, no motion is needed for this part. Step 3, the county will pay the remaining balance of the final actual construction costs within 30 days of receiving the certificate of completion from the project engineer. Based on the current construction schedule, this estimated completion date will be May 30th, 2025. The remaining balance will also be funded through lagoon cost share with town, transfers to other government program under 2025 Public Works Operations budget. Again, no motion is required for step 3 since it will be reflected in the upcoming 2025 budget. So as a conclusion for today's council meeting, only one motion for step 1 is needed. For staff recommendation, that council considers approving a $1 million budget increase to lagoon cost share with town of Rocky Mountain House transfers to other government in the 2023 Public Works operating budget, and that the increase is funded by the sewer general restricted surplus for the Rocky Mountain House wastewater treatment facility upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for staff? Actually, I would maybe just point out that you described three steps. Our provided written copy here shows it all as 111. I'm sure we can amend that somewhere along the line just for clarity, but I would assume that is what is actually like Thank you for that. Discussion or motion? Councilor Northcott, please.
Yeah, thank you. Why the need for the additional funding? Like what's the need for the additional $1 million?
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve. So Councilor Northcott, in the agreement that we entered into, the contract with the town of Rocky, we would pay the 1 million at the start, at the commencement of the effective date of the contract, and then subsequently as it progresses, one in the middle and then one upon completion. So this is honoring the contract that is currently executed.
Okay, so this isn't additional funding over and above that was agreed upon. This is just the phased approach of the funds. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. And perhaps I can just expand on that slightly. When the 2023 operating budget was approved by Council, this agreement was not yet finalized. So this payment, in order to be made to the town of Rocky Mountain House, requires this budget adjustment in order to legally allow us to make that payment.
All right. Any additional questions or motion? Councilor Graham?
I was gonna make a motion that council considers, motion as staff recommended, rather than reading
Okay,
it.
as per staff recommendation. Councilor Cermak?
Yes, I need my information reasserted to me. How did we come up to this 25.4% that we actually owe? How is that derived?
Mr. Emmons, Light was first.
I thought that we went over this, but I need to be reassured what it was.
Go ahead, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve. Councilor Cermak. So yes, administration with the county and the town sat down and worked through line by line the report we received from MPE Engineering regarding the breakdown and the analysis of the effluents received at the Rocky wastewater treatment facility. And truly it gets down to not just quantity but quality, but a large contributing factor was also peak flows. When it's force mained, it's a more regulated, expected, even flow, whereas when it's trucked, the amount of energy and infrastructure it takes to treat not only a heavier, thicker sludge, but also a greater quantity in one impact. So all those factors played in to the 25.4%.
So now that we have a Russellville one on, will this be revisited for the percentage of what we will be hauling to the Rocky one?
This 25.4 reflects the outstanding amount beyond the grant. So it truly, the capital investment will be made and done. Any future will absolutely be revisited to see what impact any new infrastructure has an impact on the town of Rocky Mountain House.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, additional comments, questions around the motion before us? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you. I didn't agree with it when we made the agreement. I don't agree with it now. I thank staff for the hard work that they've put into this. I think it's fabulous, the work that you've done with the town. I don't think that the county puts in 25.4% and the percentage of reports that we're getting shows less than 2%. I absolutely understand that you're saying that our effluent is more concentrated, et cetera. However, I think that other solutions could have been made to mitigate those high concentration effluent injections into the system, and therefore won't be voting in favor of that today. We have a beautiful new facility in Leslieville that accepts effluent, and our residents would have the ability to utilize that. So I will not be voting in favor of the motion today.
Thank you for that. Additional questions relating to the motion before us? All right, I will call that question. All those in favor then? And those opposed? That is carried. Actually, can I I saw kind of hands hesitate here, so let's go back. Those in favor? Okay, and those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That takes us into our reports section. This is really early to start reports section, but we shall go to our CAO for his outline of his CAO's report, please.
Thank you, Yves Lahid. The October 10th CAO report. The application intake period for vacant public member positions on boards and committees closed October 6th. Additional advertising is not required, as 99 applications were received for the 27 positions. The Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA, Central 2 District Resolutions Committee approved Council's 2 resolutions without amendments. 1, implementation of Provincial Police Advisory Board, and 2, Sustainable Community Hospice Funding Model. These resolutions will be presented for voting at the RMA resolution session during the fall convention, which is coming up soon. The Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA 2023 Fall Convention takes place in Edmonton on November 6th to 9th. Traditionally, Council meets with various ministers, deputy ministers in person during the convention to advocate for the interests of rural Alberta and Clearwater County. Administration sent meeting requests to the RCMP K Division to discuss the province's proposed Provincial Advisory Committee, Regional Police and Crisis Team, and Search and Rescue deployment. Minister of Municipal Affairs to provide an update on the county and villages amalgamation process, and Minister Lowen and Chow to discuss development of public land nodes in the David Thompson corridor. Should the request be granted, administration intends to provide briefing reports for the meetings.
Great, thank you very much. Questions for our CAO? No questions? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Not a question. I just wanted to express my appreciation for trying to set these meetings up with government ministers. I think it's very appropriate.
Well, I certainly look forward to that convention and being able to restate our positions again here in Clearwater County of what we believe is important that the province is working on. If there are no further questions for our CAO, I look for a motion to accept the CAO report for information. Councillor Cermak was first, I believe. All those in favor? And that is carried. Additional, there's a couple of items there relating to the Rocky Mountain House Airport or in the Parkland Regional Library. Any questions relating to those reports or highlights? If not, I would ask for a motion to accept those 2 items for information. Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. We'll go to councillor reports. I know it's a little fast, but I'll go to Councillor Graham first here, please.
All right, I was much more busy than it seemed when I wrote this down, but I guess 8 of my meetings are lumped into one thing, and that was the land use bylaw open houses. I was able to attend all of them, which was great. Most of them were really positive and informative with lots of great information being brought forward. The evening one in Leslieville was a little rough, and it sucked being the only counselor at that one because it was really not a positive meeting, but we did get some good information out of there for how we can move forward, I think. And yeah, so I presented the Clearwater County Scholarship at the Caroline School Award Ceremony. It was a great evening. Something that I really enjoyed that they did there was a video to start off the ceremony, and this included non-academic achievements that their students have had. I think that is so great because everything's not about school. As someone who wasn't a big school person, it's nice to see kids get recognized for non-academic awards because it's important. And one of our local 4-H'ers had done well outside of our community, so congratulations to him. That was awesome to see. He's a great little showman. And then I think we were all either at or virtual for the CRMA Fall General Meeting. They were good presentations. I find they can be really boring at those meetings, the presentations sometimes, but I thought that they were a little better this time, so that was good. There was some good information there, and our resolutions both passed after, as CA Omens just said, so that's great. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Seeing none, we'll move to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, yeah, I attended the land use bylaw open houses. So I also attended, it was the David Thompson Health Advisory Council at Red Deer. It was really neat to observe that. There's a lot of times there's statements and stuff that there's maybe not enough nurses and stuff, but there are a lot of active nurses that are maybe retired. One of the comments was made that the hours and the shifts are not desirable shifts. So they don't come forward to work in the healthcare system just because the shifts, they don't accommodate their lifestyle, they're too long, they're burdensome, and so then therefore those nurses are no longer in the healthcare system. Found out that Drayton Valley doesn't have a delivery room. There's been babies that have been born on the side of the highway on the way into Red Deer. I think roughly 22 of them in the last year. Yeah, I think there was some improvements in the healthcare system, but still there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. But, with the population increases, the Alberta Calling Campaign, and I think Alberta has seen rapid numbers and increased population in Alberta, I think through the whole country. But it puts much of a strain on your housing, it creates a housing shortage, puts more strain on your healthcare systems, your response times for ambulances and stuff to the rural landscape and rural residents. But that's kind of all I did. I don't know if I have to ask for a request that I receive approval from council for remuneration, but for attending the David Thompson Health Advisory Council. But I'll just leave that up to council whether or not I can have approval for remuneration that I attended that. So that's all.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would make the motion that you receive remuneration for your time there. I was on a different meeting, unfortunately, so I couldn't make it to that one. So I thank you for going. It's important, and I love that somebody else in the group is able to hear it directly from them rather than just me delivering the information. So it makes it so other people are hearing that too. So I'm happy to give the motion to get you remunerated for your time.
Okay. Great. Further discussion? I will call that motion then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you, and thank you for your report. Oh, Councillor Graham, please.
I do have a question. I don't know if they would have said this. Why are they bringing people from Drayton Valley to Red Deer, not to Rocky, to deliver those babies? It's just
Councillor Northcott?
I didn't ask that question. That was one of the statements that was made by another councillor that was up from the Winfield and Bredon area.
Okay.
Yeah, there was just a concern that she had voiced there, so I didn't ask the question, but I just listened and observed many of the comments that were there. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe next time if I go again, I'll ask for sure.
Yeah, it just seems crazy.
Yeah, no, 22 babies, and some of them are born on the side of the road because the travel time, right? There's no delivery room in Drayton Valley. I didn't know that, but apparently I do now.
I can answer the question.
Sure. Well, sure. While we're at it, why don't we have
unfortunately,
answers?
Rocky doesn't always have an obstetrician, so that's one of the biggest reasons why we don't always accept baby deliveries, and they normally just send them to the higher facility right away rather than to an equal or lesser facility. They'll send them into Red Deer, Edmonton, even Leduc. But there's a lot of rural hospitals that have lost their obstetrics privileges. For Lacombe, for example, no longer delivers babies. So we are in danger of also losing our obstetrics privileges. If we don't get some doctors some privileges, we then will not be able to deliver babies either. And if you think about how far west our municipality goes and how many people we cover, that will be a big loss for this community. So, yeah, scary.
All right, thank you, Councillor Northcott, and we'll go to the Deputy Reeve next.
Thank you, Reeve. I went to the North Saskatchewan Watershed board meeting in Atchison. Is that how you say that? Atchison? So I believe they're presenting to us today, so I'm not going to dive in too deeply into this. It's been a privilege to be on that board, and I love the work that they're doing, being the voice for the watershed. And being at the headwaters, it's truly an important thing that we're doing, providing drinking water for the rest of this province and subsequent provinces. So I'm looking forward to their presentation. 100th anniversary of the Mountaineer. It was great. It was truly an excellent evening. And I thank them for their continued work in our community, and they've been a wonderful part of our past, and they will, I'm hopeful, that be a part of our future in perpetuity. I attended as many of the land use bylaw engagements as I could, and it's exciting to see so much engagement in those public meetings. Some of them, we tried some new things, tried some new times, and they weren't as well attended as I had hoped, but there was some farmers at those earlier meetings that said if we hadn't had them in the morning, they wouldn't have been able to come at all. So I'm excited to see that process unfold, and I'm really hoping that in the end we can come out with a document that is more concise, less restrictive, and easier to understand. So I think that we can work together towards doing something like that. Town and County had an ICC meeting, and I'm hopeful that that will come forward, and all the stuff we learned at that meeting will come forward at future subsequent meetings. My drop-in with a counselor was busy again, working through many issues with different community members. So I actually really enjoy my drop-in sessions, and they're quite well attended, and I'm able to hopefully work on issues right then and there, which is helpful. Not always, sometimes we have to put out feelers and figure out how to solve the problem, but most of them I'm able to solve right then and there. And then my family for Thanksgiving, hopefully everybody else had a wonderful Thanksgiving, has been out visiting the beautiful Yahatinda in Councillor Cermak's area. We've been out there, and it's such a gem in our community. I do have a question for administration though, regarding the road going out to the Yahatinda. The pavement that is used between both Mountain View County and Clearwater County on the Coal Camp Road going out there, what type of pavement is that? Because that's not SB 90, right? It's like it's not full pavement, but it's not SB 90. It's the only place I've found that in our county, or at least that big of stretch, and I'm curious why that's what we've used. It's super effective. It's better than the gravel.
Mr. Emmons, please.
So many years ago, that was laid down as a blade in place, kind of like a cold mix with a lignosulfonate injection, and then a sealer put on top, and then a chip seal put on top of that to help protect it. So in essence, it's a glorified water bond and then a protective coat to keep the moisture out.
It seemed super effective. And I was curious if there was other places within the county that we could use something like that, and if it would be a better option than potentially pavement, with the pavement costs being exorbitant.
That one has been extremely effective because of the base, I would suggest. That whole area is nothing but pit run. So the stability underneath doesn't rely. That
can't be replicated.
That material isn't a stabilizer. It doesn't have the strength of asphalt. But on a pit run road, that's why it was tried there. We truly don't have too many like that that are all base gravel. And it has held up well.
Yeah, I was very impressed with it, and I'm like, maybe we can do this other places, but maybe not. But thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions for the Deputy Reid? Well, again, thank you for your report, and we'll pass the baton along to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm going to work backwards. Last week, with most of council, went to the central RMA session. That's already been covered. Previous to that, I presented the County Scholarship Award at the West Central Awards Night. That was a well-organized event. I was also able to, also with other councillors, attend the land use bylaw presentations in Caroline and Nordegg. This has already been said, the amount of public participation we're getting is encouraging. We don't have all the answers, so it's good to have all that. And the week before that, I went to the AM convention in Edmonton for a few days, so I'm going to go through a few highlights from that. Okay, I need to organize this a little bit. Alberta is experiencing unprecedented population growth. We're the fastest growing province in the country. This is partially due to a political effort to reach a 10 million population, to have an equal voice in Ottawa. And that brings on a lot of problems. Councillor Northcott touched on issues with housing. And so the message to municipalities was to develop ways to attract and retain expertise. Like the mid-level technologist trades, people that we need to be friendly to business and provide services to business and to promote or attract investment. Some of the things we're seeing are purpose-built rentals rather than older buildings being converted to rentals. There's a lot of interprovincial migration and immigration from outside the country. Increase in material costs of 30 to 50%. They're all creating a problem. Of course, the shortage of people to build homes, to install those basic services. And so again, the message was to create options for housing, including even offering incentives for secondary suites. Childcare becomes a problem because now with housing costs the way they are, that both couples in a family have to work. And so there is a need for more childcare. And of course, there was a suggestion that council should be reimbursed for childcare. One of the most attended sessions was called Code Blue. And that is how municipalities are coming to the rescue of healthcare. The increase in population is part of it, but it's even more complicated, as Councillor Malhoff could go on about. But longer wait times, emergency rooms being closed, hospital beds being closed, that this is getting to be more and more of a problem. And yes, even hospital part-day closures for staffing. In some areas, they talked of having local fundraising societies that were offering up to $20,000 signing bonuses for some of these professionals, and going on to offer up to a $50,000 line of credit, no interest, to help the newcomers into the professions to get settled. One area talked about having a municipal corporation to operate a clinic, that they had built a clinic. And they have some local doctors and they are rotating doctors from other areas or who might not be 100% dedicated to an area. They are rotating through, and that they are close to breaking even on operating that. There was a comment that a municipal corporation is much more nimble to operate. And again, approaching the province as united communities to try and get solutions going. This is another type of downloading where we get legislated changes, like here's your bridges, we'll fund this for a little while, and then it becomes a municipal issue, but that the same things simply by abdication are happening in healthcare. There were comments that AHS discourages hiring, and comments that the difficulties for new professionals to get certified is another part of the problem. There's even some finger pointing that the Alberta College of Physicians and Surgeons may be creating some of the healthcare problems as a political bargaining chip. But municipalities are being forced to pick up the slack. AHS numbers on deciding where funding goes is based on numbers, so the money ends up going into the larger centers. And once again, rural Alberta gets shortchanged. There was a call for Canada-wide standards of certification, because a doctor or a medical professional can move to a different province, and then they're stuck being unable to practice or practice fully until they can get certified in that province. Yes, another call for the College of Physicians and Surgeons, who basically controls the number of doctors that are turned out to open up the programs so that more people can get through, and to change the training methods, to update training methods along an apprenticeship program. And outside of that, there was also a call from the AM representatives about the LGFF, that 750 million amount is simply insufficient, and that it should be 1.8 billion. And I'm sure at our convention we're going to hear the same things. I'm going to stop there and pass on the talking stick.
Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think it's interesting that it's something that AM and RMA finally fully agree on. Like, well, there's two things, the code blue and that the LGFF is not big enough. But I'm curious if administration has had the opportunity to reach out to Andrea LaGrange, the health minister, and if that we have been able to set up a meeting with her in order to advocate for the problems that are specific to Clearwater County, if we had heard anything from her office at all, so that we can try to make some changes within our own community.
Yes, Mr. Emmons, perhaps?
Thank you, Vlad. Administration has reached out on behalf of council. We have not had a reply at this time.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any additional questions for Councillor Ratcliffe?
Can I say one more thing?
Please.
Actually, I'm going to say two more things. The
I
convention
only
based.
allow
How much for two?
Okay.
Sorry.
We'll talk.
The convention had basically the same issues that happened at the rural convention. And Yeah. Okay, I had another one and now it's gone. I'll pass. Thank you.
Don't ask for it to come back. Just kidding. Counselor Cermak, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I attended the CRMA. Great turnout of people there. I thought it was great. Mr. Emmons said, both the resolutions passed. I thought they were great resolutions we brought forward. I attended the airport meeting on October 2nd at the Lesyk, and they are now looking at plans for the new terminal building. They are just getting ready to look at it, and there is one person there that was quite outspoken about maybe saving the foundation that is there, that we may be able to use it. And the town said they were going to look into that if it's possible with doing tests and stuff, if it's possible to use it or if it has to be totally destroyed. They would make a determination on that. I only attended one LUB meeting at Caroline. I thought it was great. I loved the information that was presented, and I love all the people that have turned out and want to be on that board. I think we should get a super piece of bylaw there. I think it should be great. I also attended the West Central Stakeholders meeting. It was a great meeting, and Paramount now is one of the members there, and they have plans of doing lots in this area. Gas plant down the Dovercourt Road and expanding the one over at Alhambra. That is a family-owned company, Paramount. Clay Riddell started that. His son and grandson run it now. They have people there that have been with Paramount 35 years plus. That is pretty amazing for oil companies to be able to retain people that long. So I think we have one of the better oil companies in our midst here, and what they say is what they do. It was a pleasure talking with them, and our dealings with them will be great. The other thing I'd like to do is give a shout out to the Transportation Alberta about the lights and what they've done at Highway 22 and 54 that Councillor Northcott brought forward, that we needed that. As far as I have heard, and I have talked to a few, the RCMP and stuff, they said they have not even heard of a near miss at that intersection since these were implemented. So I think a big shout out to the Alberta Transportation. It's great for our community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions for Councillor Cermak? Deputy Reeve Melham.
Thank you, Reeve. Not specifically a question, but I had forgot to add the airport stakeholders meeting onto mine. And one of my big takeaways from that meeting was the impact to potentially our land use bylaw. That they were requesting that we look into residential options on their hangars and more developable area around the airport for airport expansion. Like, I thought it was a very good meeting. I was disappointed with how many people. I was hoping it was going to be a lot more. However, with it being the first meeting in several years, I think it's going to take some time to get that momentum back again. But I thought overall there was a lot of really good comments that we can take forward and use. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, to add to Jenny's comment, I was amazed at the one lady that got up and said that lots of airports in Alberta build a hangar and a second floor above the hangar where the pilots live.
Yeah.
A second house. I think it's great. That would bring in more population if we put that in our LUB to be able to have a hangar house. What would you call it? It's not a house or whatever they call it, like shop and house now. This would be a hangar and a house.
A hangar home.
A hangar home.
Well, she said that that's actually how Wetaskiwin gets some of their specialists.
Yep.
That they fly in and then do surgeries at the hospital and fly back out when they have a place where they stay in their hangar. Like, super cool opportunity that hopefully we'll be able to capitalize on.
Yep. Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe?
I wanted to thank Councillor Sormack for reminding the moderate number of the rest of us who were also at that meeting and didn't mention it. Yes, because of the aerobatics here, we have a number of hangars that are owned by out-of-town people, and also because of the size of runway we have here, that it would be very useful for them to be able to have a place to stay on a weekend or how much time they spend out here flying. So hopefully we see that come forward. That's what I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. As you may have noticed already, Councillor Swanson's not with us today. She's representing Clearwater County at the Healthy Aging Conference this week. We look forward to her updating us about her findings there, as well as her work over the last couple of weeks here. Next meeting brings me to my report as well. Actually, everybody has pretty much covered everything there. Truth and Reconciliation Day, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, or Orange Shirt Day, was held on September 30th. I did have the opportunity to speak to the attendees of that and join in a circle there as well. So it was a very powerful and meaningful few hours spent there. We certainly encourage everybody to participate in it as it comes around in our calendar as well. Definitely the land use bylaw kickoff events have been well attended. Lots of feedback from the community there. I think we're well on our way of creating opportunities for lots of public input on where the LUB goes from this point on. Airport stakeholders meeting, very important, I think, as an inaugural event to show the success of that as the tool moving forward to have stakeholders bring their concerns around the activities of the airport and its management in a public fashion. And it was great to see the attendance there and the ideas that were flung around there as well. So that was great. I think with that, I would look for a motion to accept councillors' reports for information. Councillor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? And that is carried. I don't think there was any councillor remuneration in the agenda today, so we'll skip through to correspondence. We had a couple of items of correspondence. Anything to highlight there by anybody on those correspondence pieces? Seeing none, I would look for a motion then to accept those for information.
So moved.
Oh, Deputy Reeve Milhoff. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Any notices of motion? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And I would move that we we request that staff research building a policy regarding the farm crossing signs as per Alberta Transportation and their implementation within Clearwater County.
Okay. Did administration capture that notice? Okay. Any additional ones? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, I have a notice of motion. Thank you. Regarding revisions to the dust control policy. The motion is that council requests administration prepare a revised dust control policy that considers the following issues. That SB 90 be restored as a 50% subsidized dust control option. That quality and cost control considerations be designed into the policy. That the contracting applications is a potential solution. Consider that end-to-end dust control in a rural subdivision road or area has both benefits to the residents and the county. Subdivision residents should be encouraged to organize larger sections of dust control installation. That communication with contract holders is necessary. The SB 90 dust control contract holders have two end-of-life options, that they can let it go back to gravel, or they can pay to have it rejuvenated and restored. Rural subdivisions could add more dust control areas as a third option. So if some of them is going to be broken down, it can be rejuvenated and actually expanded with one mobilization of people and equipment. And I have some background with this motion, that we've had a full season since the dust control policy was revised to remove the SB 90 as a subsidized option. Some residents have gone without dust control rather than use the calcium chloride spray. The useful life of the SB 90 dust control is affected by the preparation, quantity of product itself, quality and quantity of aggregate used, and the amount and type of traffic, as well as the road base, as was previously mentioned. So a certain amount of expertise is required to get an optimal installation. There are installations that are performing well after 15 years. Not all of them do, but a well-installed stretch is typically the most cost-effective dust control solution. I will stop on that.
Okay, thank you. Did administration capture most of that?
I can email this to you.
That would be my suggestion, if you could, forward a copy of that notice. That would make administration's world a little easier, I think. Thank you for that. Any additional notices of motion? And if I have been missing anything other than our scheduled delegation, please let me know. If not, we shall.
What about FCSS?
Pardon?
FCSS.
That is, I believe, a delegation at 1 o'clock. Our next delegation is scheduled for 1 o'clock and then working through to 2:15 on the schedule. So because we've set those appointments up, we probably can't fast forward anything here. So with that, we shall return just prior to 1 o'clock, please. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our agenda of today, and we go into section 5, which is our delegations. We do have a delegation, I believe, to attend from the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, but that will be electronically, so I would need a motion for electronic attendance as a delegation. Councillor Northcott was first. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. I believe we're about to be joined by that delegation, if we just bear with us for while we work through our technical challenges. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. Can you hear us okay out there in the virtual land? Thank you so much for joining us. I believe we have Rosie with us from the Watershed, North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance. Maybe we'll do a quick round of introductions from the room here so that you know who's with us, and I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Hello there, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, Deputy Reeve, and the sitting representative on North Saskatchewan Watershed Board from Clearwater County.
Welcome and thank you for joining us. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good afternoon, Rosie. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good afternoon, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Reeve Lougheed and councillors. It's nice to virtually meet you all. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good afternoon, Tracy Haight, Legislative Services Coordinator.
So again, as I've mentioned numerous times, thank you so much for joining us, and maybe I'll turn the floor across to you for what you'd like to present to us.
Yes, I apologize for the interruption. That's the issue with when you're virtual and you can see this much of the room and then there's still people over here. So I apologize for that misstep. It's a pleasure to join you today to speak to some of the work that's done by the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and thank you for taking the time. So as mentioned, my name is Rosie Radmanovich and I'm a Watershed Planning Coordinator at the NSWA. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So sorry, is everybody able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm not sure what's going on my end. When I go to the presenter view, my screen goes black. So if it's all right with everybody, I'll just keep it in this mode, and hopefully everybody's able to see the slides with no issue. So. All right, so I'd just like to take a moment to start my presentation off in a good way and acknowledge that the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance acknowledges that the traditional land on which our watershed resides is in Treaty 6 territory, Treaty 8 territory, and the Métis homeland. We deeply respect and wish to honor the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory since time immemorial, including the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, Inuit, and the Blackfoot peoples. We further acknowledge this territory as the Métis homeland and the home of one of the largest communities of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. So generally every year or so, the NSWA seeks to reconnect with municipalities across the watershed. So our goal with this presentation is to introduce you to the NSWA for those of you who may not be familiar with us and reconnect with those of you who do. So my presentation is also intended to highlight a few of the projects we're currently working on, although we would admit that these few highlights are only kind of a smattering or a snapshot of all the activities that we undertake every year. And finally, one of the goals is to very briefly touch on the value of the partnership between NSWA as a nonprofit organization and the municipalities and other partners in our watershed. So I know that your time with me is limited today a little bit, and so we want to respect the agenda schedule. So if I skip over a couple slides in the interest of time, we chose to include them for information for council. But it seems like we have, we're ahead of schedule a little bit, so perhaps I won't skip any. So, the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance is an organization who works to improve the health of the watershed. And so we know that this is not something that any one organization can do on its own. So a key part of our work is bringing partners together to collaborate, plan, conserve, and educate. Officially, our mission reads to protect and improve water quality, water quantity, and in-stream flow and the health of the watershed by seeking and sharing knowledge, facilitating partnerships, and collaborative planning and working in an adaptive management process. So a little bit about the NSWA. So it's a not-for-profit charitable organization, and we have a multi-sector board of directors. Our board spans municipalities, industries, nonprofits, academia, provincial government, and members at large. And we're strongly supported by municipalities and communities of all sizes from across the watershed. So as you may recall, the Provincial Water for Life strategy sets out 3 goals and 3 key directions for water management in the province. And so the 3 goals are safe, secure drinking water, healthy aquatic ecosystems, and reliable water supply for the economy. So the 3 directions of the strategy broadly define how these goals might be achieved, and they are knowledge and research, partnerships, and water conservation. So it's under the partnership's key direction that the NSWA is recognized as a Watershed Planning and Advisory Council, or WPACs. So basically the WPACs were sort of created as an initiative under the Water for Life strategy. So WPACs are advisory in nature, and we have responsibilities set out by the government of Alberta that include convening partners and stakeholders to share the responsibility for the wise use and sustainability of water in Alberta, assessing the state of the watershed, watershed management planning, and watershed literacy and education. So those are sort of the 4 main areas in which NSWA operates. So the NSWA carries out this work with partners across a very large area. So the North Saskatchewan watershed includes more than 1,200 kilometers of main stem river, an area of 57,000 square kilometers, 75 municipalities with populations ranging from under 100 to more than 1 million, with the city of Edmonton. The watershed supports an incredible diversity of industry and business and agriculture. And so our headwaters region begins in the forested eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains, kind of in the Nordegg Banff National Park area. And the majority of the water that makes up the main stem river comes from this area. The central portion of the watershed sort of starts to flatten out and is the most populated portion of the watershed, with basically every industrial and agricultural use you can think of. And as we move eastward, the watershed is generally drier and a lot flatter and has primarily an agricultural land use. So the NSWA has several key responsibilities, as I mentioned earlier. The first and perhaps the most important is to be what I would call a collaborative spark plug, by which I mean we're often the organization that brings partners together to achieve projects that focus on improving watershed health. We conduct watershed assessment projects, and from those projects work to support local planning or the development of integrated planning documents, such as the NSWA's Integrated Watershed Management Plan. And we place a great deal of focus on education and outreach activities that are intended to connect our organizations with communities across the watershed. And finally, we work to build tools and technology that can support partners in their everyday watershed and water management work. Our project examples, which I'll be going through shortly, will show how we bring these responsibilities to life. So this slide is simply intended to visually show the variety and breadth of projects that NSWA has on the go. I'll be highlighting a few of these initiatives in the following slides, but basically if I talked about every project and initiative that NSWA has on the go, it would probably take about a day or two of everybody's time. So this is just kind of the snapshot overview. So while many of the circles represent projects and activities, I wanted to explicitly point out the top circle labeled Sub-Watershed Alliances. So there are 3 alliances that include the Headwaters Alliance, the Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance, and the Vermilion River Watershed Alliance. We also have an Urban Creeks collaborative that's kind of in an early exploratory phase of seeing what that can look like. So the sub-watershed alliances are very important to how the NSWA does its work because they bring a more local perspective and involvement, and they often bring forward needs that turn into larger scale projects. For example, that's where the Riparian Health Action Plan came from. So NSWA coordinators, so myself and a colleague are the facilitators of these groups. So we bring everybody together in these 3 areas to have more of that local perspective and local knowledge. So to go into a bit more detail about some of the projects that we have on the go, I'll begin with the State of the Watershed Assessment. So the State of the Watershed Assessment is one of the responsibilities assigned to all WPACs under the Water for Life strategy. So this assessment is about objectively defining the current state of different aspects of watershed health. So it usually includes things like water quality, water quantity, riparian and shoreline health, wetland condition, and many more other watershed indicators, if you will. The last State of the Watershed was completed by NSWA in 2005, so coming up on almost 20 years ago. And this last year, we launched this project to update our State of the Watershed Assessment. We're really excited to be using the Freshwater Health Index, which is a method that was developed by Conservation International. The index includes indicators for watershed vitality, watershed services, so think natural assets or ecosystem goods and services, as well as stakeholders and governance. So the Freshwater Health Index, or FHI, is scientifically supported and it's been published in numerous peer-reviewed journals. It's also a scalable tool, which means we can create scores for the entire North Saskatchewan watershed, or we can scale it down to individual sub-watersheds or even municipalities in the future. One of the other kind of bonuses of using the FHI is that it's a consistent framework, which we can use for future assessments or even in other watersheds across the province. So to kind of give you an idea of what the output looks like, here's an example from the Freshwater Health Index, and I'll briefly describe a few of the key aspects that these graphics depict. So the central number in each circle is a composite score of all of the indicators and sub-indicators identified in the outer rings of the wheel. This score provides a snapshot of the overall performance of each of the 3 categories. Color coding indicates higher scores and lower scores, as well as data gaps for individual indicators and groups of indicators. So what's really great about this from a WPAC perspective is that this approach is directly connected to watershed management planning. Higher scores are potential areas that could be celebrated and recognized, and lower score areas and areas with data gaps can prompt conversations on what might be needed to be done to improve those scores or gather the required data. So in addition to the use of data, there's a large component of stakeholder and partner involvement in the assessment. Ecosystem services are scored with input from the general public. Governance is scored with input from knowledgeable water users and partners in the watershed. One of the other main focuses of NSWA is engagement. So now I'll speak to a bit about our engagement activities. So NSWA undertakes many different forms of outreach in the watershed, all aimed to raise the level of awareness, interest, and understanding of watershed stewardship and watershed science. Throughout the summer months, our staff attend community events. We hold workshops for specific projects and webinars for general awareness. We publish a newsletter each month that highlights not only the work of the NSWA, but interesting watershed-related items from partners in the watershed. So if you're not subscribed, you can go to our website and do so. Little shameless plug there. And we carry many of those same messages on our various social media channels. So far this year, we've connected with over 1,900 watershed citizens and regularly connect with more than 5,700 people through our newsletter and social media. So another project we have on the go is the development of a strategy to improve wetland management in the North Saskatchewan River watershed. So this work came about as a result of direction from our sub-watershed alliances, which are more localized groups of stakeholders and partners in different parts of the watershed, if you remember I mentioned, to develop collaborative direction for wetland management in the watershed that fits within and supports the direction of the Alberta wetland policy. The strategy is still in development, although it is near to being ready to finalize and approve. I believe it's going to be sent out quite shortly. One of my colleagues is the lead on this initiative. But the strategy speaks to a regional or watershed vision for wetlands and identifies the potential ways we can collectively enhance wetland management. As with everything we do, the wetland strategy is advisory in nature, and each partner decides what they will do to advance their own wetland management. The strategy is simply intended to be a roadmap that we can all use to move forward. So as I mentioned, the strategy is being and has been reviewed by many stakeholders and partners across the watershed, including but not limited to the sub-watershed alliances, municipalities, Indigenous communities, the Government of Alberta, Ducks Unlimited, as well as the NSWA Board of Directors will be reviewing it. So once the strategy to improve wetland management in the North Saskatchewan River watershed is finalized, we'll be providing a copy to your council. And if there is interest, we can provide another presentation that goes into it in a bit more detail. So up next is the Regional Lake Stewardship Project. So the Regional Lake Stewardship Project is one that is aimed at lakes and collaborative lake management. The genesis of this project was aimed at addressing a need to coordinate stewardship across lakes instead of lake by lake. So the approach is to take a regional approach to lake issues and concerns, coordinated support for lake stewardship groups, community of practice for lake stewardship, for lake stewards, and restoration demonstration projects. So this past year, we received funding to support some of the demonstration projects, and my colleague who's the lead on this project and initiative sent out information, and different communities and steward groups nominated and sent in projects, and so we're hoping to initiate work on those early in the spring. So the next initiative I'll speak to is the Riparian Health Action Plan. So it is one of NSWA's longest standing initiatives. It began with the development of a cost-effective satellite-based assessment method, which has been used to map over 17,000 kilometers of riparian area to date. And the reason for this method being developed is that primarily prior to that in the watershed, most of the riparian area assessment was done boots on the ground. It's very cost, time, people intensive. So we wanted to develop something that could assess a larger area with less people and funds that were required to do it. So through the action plan, a target of 65% for riparian attackness in the watershed was set. And then we built the riparian web portal on which information and success stories are shared. I will mention that in 2022, the riparian web portal won an Emerald Award. We also have two key efforts underway, both focused on supporting municipalities in their planning and policy development. So the first is a review of municipal regulations and bylaws. The review includes the bylaws from 24 municipalities in the watershed and is assessing things like the definitions and the language that's used and the consistency across bylaws when it comes to riparian areas. So from this baseline, a best management guide is being developed that will suggest bylaw language that could be used by municipalities. And the second effort focuses on municipal planning and the need for information on potential riparian setbacks. Our work so far is building upon provincial guidance and stepping back from the water, and has been aimed at identifying high slope areas that are potentially unstable and low slope areas that are potentially likely to be inundated if the water level comes up. And so to close my presentation today, I'd like to touch briefly on some of the benefits that come from partnering with NSWA on work affecting the health of the aquatic environment and the North Saskatchewan watershed. So as you will have noted throughout the presentation, the NSWA is a driver for collaborative projects and work that's aimed at improving the health of the watershed. This is a key benefit of working with us because we're able to bring people together, facilitate conversations around a key topic, and define direction that advances us towards our goals. By the numbers, in-kind contributions, so support provided to NSWA projects, have risen steadily from $34,500 in 2006 to more than $500,000 each year for the past 8 years. As a not-for-profit, we can often access funding that isn't available to others. We regularly coordinate with municipalities on projects and grant funding. We have more than 23 years as a watershed steward. The NSWA has considerable knowledge and background that we can bring to bear on watershed and water issues. And finally, we've been very good at connecting with residents across the watershed to carry the messages of good watershed stewardship, watershed literacy, and the efforts of partners across the watershed. So thank you again for providing me with an opportunity to share the significant work of the NSWA. I've noted a few ways you can connect with us, including signing up for our newsletter, as I mentioned earlier. And I just wanted to thank you for your support in working towards a resilient watershed. And if we still have some time, I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I would look to council if they have any questions at all.
I'm normally the one with all the questions, but I'm on this board, so I know exactly what's going on.
Well, we certainly do appreciate you joining us this afternoon and moving your schedule a little bit ahead to accommodate us. We do appreciate that, and definitely the update and your presentation is well received here, and thank you for that. And we wish you continued success in your efforts.
Excellent, thank you. I will take a moment to mention as well that I had mentioned that we'll be sending out the final version of the wetland strategy to council. And when we do so, let us know if you guys would be interested in having us provide, as I mentioned, kind of a more in-depth presentation geared towards the wetland strategy and to kind of accept it as information. So is that something council would be interested in? I can see Jenny nodding.
Yes, I think we see nods around the table for sure. We'd appreciate that. And again, thank you so much for your presentation and for joining us today. I would look to council for a motion to accept the presentation and update for information. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor then? And that's carried. Thanks again, and have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks again for the opportunity and taking the time. Have a great day, everyone.
So I believe our next appointment is at 1:30. So unless anybody knows some really good, clean jokes that they want to share with our adoring public, otherwise we'll take a break until 1:30. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our agenda of the day, and we're joined with a delegation from the Rocky Mountain House RCMP Detachment. Maybe we'll just start with a round of introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Good afternoon, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Hello, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, thank you for joining us. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Welcome, and thank you again for joining us. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and the Reeve.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hi, Tracy Haight, Legislative Services Coordinator.
Hi, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Hello again, I'm Christine Hickard, I'm the Director of Planning and Emergency Services.
Oh, it's fancy here, it automatically comes on. I'm used to having to press the button.
Well, we have somebody doing that.
My name is Stephanie Lesyk. I am the Staff Sergeant here in Rocky Mountain House now. I am pleased to say, and I've been here about 4 months, and I'm happy to finally be able to get in front of you folks.
My name's Tyler Epp, Watch Commander in Rocky Mountain House. I've been here for about 4.5 years.
Well, super, and welcome, welcome this afternoon. Thank you for joining us, and maybe I'll just turn the floor over to you, and you can share what you'd like to share with us.
Sure. I'm gonna probably guess you'd like to know about staffing levels. That's usually something that comes up, and I think Alana may have suggested that it might come up. They're not great. I would love to tell you something better. We're running at about 33% right now, down. So that's difficult, to say the least. We have 2 funded positions from the town that the town of Rocky Mountain House did not fund this year. We have 2 vacant spots. I have 4 on long-term sick right now. 3 transferring out. And 1 medical profile that does not allow for operational police work. So we're low. My last conversation with staffing was there is 38 hard vacancies in the province of Alberta. They have 3 bodies to fill them. So they didn't give me a lot of good news, I'll be honest on that front. Rocky, despite us weekly conversations with staffing, there's not a lot of people going through depot right now. Policing is not generally being an attractive job anymore right now. So we're trying, but that is the lay of the land right now. So Tyler has been here for many years, as he said, and he's experienced firsthand the shortages on the floor. And you add in our diverse geographic area and our drive time. So I think it's time to start looking at adjusting some of our processes within the detachment, shifting our admin burden more to our administrative staff, hopefully, to get the boots that are on the ground out in front of the communities and responding to calls for service. So staffing wise, not great. Alana also told me you'd want to know a bit about our reservists program. We do have 2 reservists out of Rocky. They get to pick and choose what they do, right? So the call goes out. Do you want to go do remote fly-in none of it and go see the entire country? And those people pay for them, so they can say yes or no to whatever they want. And generally our reservists are taking those remote fly-in posts, relief posts for 30 days at a time. You get to see diverse parts of the country and you get paid fairly well for it because you're on an assignment. So wildfire relief, that was been a big portion of them. We don't, I don't see them much here. Tyler, maybe you could speak to that.
The only time I've ever seen our reservists being used within Rocky Mountain House is to supplement mail on weekend. Outside of that, they're Waterton, they're fire relief up north.
Does that help anyone on those questions so far?
Perhaps Deputy Reeve Melhoff has a question.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually was curious about officers that previously were RCMP or Calgary Police or Edmonton Police, if there was an opportunity for them to help supplement your staffing complement. I know it's been used previously, particularly in Nordegg. There are a couple of officers out there or semi-retired officers out there that have offered to work with the policing specifically for Nordegg and West. Is that something that you would consider in adding to your complement again? Because I know that we were approached just 3 or 4 months ago, again, about trying to have them brought forward and help out your staffing complement.
And is that in the reserve program?
No, I believe it was an actual, like, because reservists are restricted in their actual ability, correct?
Correct, yes.
This one was not. He was able to be deployed fully through your dispatch center when he was utilized at the time and was deployed through Nordegg, is our understanding.
I do know that there was, and apologies because I don't have all of the knowledge, a member who was a CPS member who then retired from Calgary Police Service, joined us, and I believe did try to make a business case within the detachment for being stationed out of Rocky Mountain House. And Staff Sergeant Dinsdale didn't support it. Difficult to man those numbers and keep them when, and to deploy somebody in that remote area that can't help back up in some of our more urgent situations when we're running so vacant. Currently, we've collapsed our GIS unit, not our GIS unit, our crew unit, and our CTA members to assist with calls for service. So without knowing the program fully, it's difficult for me to answer that fully. It is something I can look into and learn more about.
Yeah, sorry, supplementary.
Please.
Thank you. I did send the information and the actual contact information for this individual to Ms. Haggart back in the day. I just don't, we are live streamed, so I didn't necessarily want to put his name out there if it wasn't going to be considered. So perhaps I would allow Ms. Haggart to follow that up with you, and hopefully it's something that you guys can work together, and maybe he can help you with some of the staffing issues that you have, particularly in the Nordegg region, which is obviously a current concern for us, as that is within Clearwater County, and we get the complaints of break-ins and issues out there, and unfortunately, those people get told, you're kind of on your own because we're so far away. And that's third-party information. I'm not hearing that directly from an officer, obviously. I'm hearing that from a complainant making that call. But I just wanted to make sure we took the opportunity to advocate for their safety, and if this is a solution to help with that, maybe there's a way that we can assist with that. We have a public services building out there. Maybe that's something we can work together towards coming up with an MOU to work together in those ways. I mean, I don't want to speak for administration or the rest of my council, but like I said, maybe perhaps that's a way we can work together. Just trying to spitball some ideas to try to help with your staffing issues and our safety concerns in Nordegg.
I did briefly try to run the statistics for Nordegg for the last year. This is not my area of expertise, so there'll be some failings there. So from the previous year, including today, we've had 61 calls for service in Nordegg, which I don't think is terribly alarming. On that, 22 of those are collision related or motor vehicle speeding, loud muffler on a motorcycle, driving concerns mainly on the highway, not within Nordegg itself, but on Highway 11. 9 files were missing lost people in the Nordegg area. That is a big one for us as well. 13 of those calls were what I call telephone policing. Something that we could deal with without attending, and the rest were calls for service that did require us. That's about 19 for us to go. Proactively, no, we don't have a lot of proactive work out there right now. Besides our traffic unit that does a significant amount of work, but they're based out of Blackfalds, have an office out of Rocky Mountain House. They do a lot of joint force operations with Clearwater County out there, but that's a snapshot. I'm disappointed to hear that somebody was told that, if that is the case, and I think we're gonna be looking at doing better than that.
Well, like I said, that's me hearing it from the complainant, not directly from your office, so telephone game sometimes, right?
Right.
So benefit of the doubt on that for your team, because I've never had an issue personally anyway. And I will come back to me.
I'll go to Councillor Radcliffe, but just so it's clear in my mind, when you're talking reservists, is that similar to what used to be called auxiliary? Or is that a different?
Different. It is different. They're retired RCMP members that come back and sort of work on a contract basis when they want to and when they feel like it.
With a certain amount of hours they have to work.
Yeah.
Per year.
And so that what used to be termed auxiliary doesn't actually exist in that form any longer.
The auxiliary program itself has gone under a revamp quite a bit, and what the auxiliary program allowed them to do previously, where they could come on calls for service for us, they did some training, significantly changed, and it sort of made it into a ride-along program where it's not as easy to keep that interest. We've had some pretty good auxiliaries here in Rocky, so I'd love to see that program back up and running. I don't know anywhere where it is running.
No, most of it's
Right
been
now.
collapsed now. They don't actually want auxiliaries going to calls for service with members because of the liability issues with it that are associated, so. It used to be back in the day where an auxiliary could drive a police car and go to a call by themselves. Well, then it moved on to they could ride with a member, and now it's changed to they can do community events, but they can't actually attend calls for service with members anymore, so.
Thank you. Councillor Radcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, Nordegg is in my division.
Okay.
So I have heard, multiple reports that yes, that they're just too busy with staff shortages here to be able to go out to Nordegg. And that's really prompted us looking for innovative ways to use some of their retired members. And I understand there's a few that have property or live at Nordegg that would be interested in serving their community in that manner. One of the comments was that there's a noticeable difference. Just let me go back. You've been here through some of the summer and you see the migration of RVs going out west. So the population out there changes significantly in the summer and even worse on a long weekend. And a lot of these are city people, maybe with a tendency to bust loose and get a little rowdy, that just even having a car going around that's noticeable just helps keep the lid on it. So if we could find an innovative way to have that there, that would be great for the community and the visitors as well.
Yeah.
Tyler has planned our May-long weekend enforcement strategy for 3 years now?
3 or 4,
Yeah, and I myself spent my constable days here, so I remember those May-long weekends and the influx of traffic and the obstacles it can present, certainly, out in the country, that's for sure.
Deputy Reeve Melha?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I think that the May-long Weekend Task Force has been extremely successful since its implementation. My history in emergency services as well has made it so that I, as a paramedic, have seen the call volume for May long weekend lower. In fact, August long is now worse. So now we need an August long task force, I think, when it comes to some of this stuff. They know to watch for May long weekend task force. You guys have upped your crews. I think August long is now the bigger issue than May long these days. But that's just from the paramedic perspective, not necessarily the policing perspective. I thought it would be prudent for us to also give you an idea of some of the stuff that we have on the docket to talk at RMA with, I believe I'm going to say this right, Zablocki, sorry.
That's okay.
So we have a resolution that recently passed at CRMA regarding the Provincial Police Advisory Committee. And hopefully that will get passed at RMA to look at establishing that again, so the rural voice actually is considered when talking about policing within this province. We also have on the list there looking at the expansion of the RPAC team specifically for here, because it was my understanding that you guys were supposed to have 2 teams, and currently you do not, and it's serving a significantly larger region than it was actually intended to. So we wanted to advocate for that team for your region as well as the search and rescue deployment model and the strain that it puts on RCMP when it's potentially not something that RCMP really needs to necessarily have within their wheelhouse, particularly when you have such a huge staffing shortage. So I wanted to ask what your thoughts were on some of the things we're already working on helping to advocate for you, but also if there was anything else you felt that we should ensure that we, along with your team, have a united front when talking to them at the provincial level to make sure that we're a cohesive team in that regard.
Well, I wasn't prepared for that. Of course, I'm fully in support of the direction you're already headed into with those meetings. RPAC has had an incredible impact in our response to mental health crisis calls, and if I could have another 12 of those people in the office, not that we have the space, but I would be really, really happy to have them. So I'm very happy to hear that that is on the agenda for sure. As for anything new off the top of my head, search and rescue is a big ask on us, right? We spend a lot of hours. Like I said, even though it was 9 missing people, that doesn't capture the amount of hours that those 9 missing people take in the area. So long story short, no, not at this moment. I don't have a new item, but I have everyone's names now.
Well, don't hesitate to reach out. Obviously, you know our director, and she'll pass it on to us so we can ensure that we are putting the right bugs in the right ears to make sure that you get the support that you need. We want to just make sure that our community stays as safe as possible, and if you guys are running as short as you are, perhaps there's some efficiencies that we can help bridge some of those gaps. So, and if it's taking a conversation at the provincial level, we can do our best to knock on that door as much as we can.
Okay.
And Councillor Graham.
Sorry, it was red, then I turned it off. If we're just bringing up concerns, like randomly here, a couple of years ago or a year ago, I think it was 2 years ago, a bus driver called the detachment because they had people running their red lights on Highway 22, and they were told that it was shift change time and they couldn't do anything to help. And which then they called the county, and our peace officers stepped up and did an awesome job. So that's good collaboration, but it was really disappointing to hear that. I don't know how it works. I've never been an RCMP officer, worked with RCMP, so I don't know how that works, but just to bring that to your guys' attention, that's a big problem here is buses, red lights being run, and we've seen the disaster.
We do
that
get several calls for that. So.
Yeah.
To be told that shift change is the only reason that we can't do that is, in my opinion, not appropriate. So something that maybe should be brought up if it's heard so that we can deal with it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Additional questions? Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Be again.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there anything that we can do to help get those 3 officers in your detachment? You said there's 3 officers that are potentially available for, did you say 33 or 38 positions hard vacant positions within the province.
Oh, yes, sir.
So we advocate for recruitment of nurses, physicians, as much as we possibly can in all of those areas.
Yeah.
Is there anything we can do to help showcase Clearwater County as the place to be for the measly little 3 positions coming out of depot that are potentially coming here?
I honestly don't know that to be. I know that we are now considered a staffing priority after our conversation with staffing last week. So we've upped the ante, which means we're at the top of the food chain for bodies if they're coming. We, again, our pool is very shallow right now to draw for. Depot isn't being filled up, so we don't have the bodies to draw from. I think if even the bodies are there, if we could have the bodies, we have the spots for them. And recruiting is doing a lot of work, and we're all supposed to be doing more community engagement and recruiting drives within our communities to see if there's some untapped resources. But again, I'll add that to the
Staffing.
list. Yep.
If you don't have time to do as many of the calls to action as you're being asked to, it's not like you're gonna have tons of time to go and shake hands and convince people to come and be RCMP officers.
Yeah.
It's not a sought after career like it once was.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's true.
What I can say is that the team that we have here, they show up and pour their hearts into their jobs. They're out there. Tyler does so many hours in the darkness of these communities and leads his team, and they keep showing up, and they're doing it with positive attitudes and not becoming deflated, which means they still like it, and we're gonna keep just trying to find some efficiencies within our detachment, roles and responsibilities, identify some risks, and hopefully shift some of those administrative burdens. That's my main focus right now. We have a great complement of support staff, and let's use them so we can get those people out on the road is the goal.
Excellent, thank you.
Any additional questions? I'll go to Councillor Surmat, please.
What excuse me. What is the number of full complement at this facility here in Rocky?
We are 34 members, including our traffic, 35 with our RPACT member.
And that's a full complement for this detachment?
It is.
How many have you got now that is working?
I have 24.
So you're down 11 officers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'm down 10.
Down 10?
10, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry if I gave you wrong math there.
35 and 24?
I did give you wrong math.
That's okay. So you said something about Rocky, the town of Rocky?
Yep.
Didn't give you funding for 2 officers?
That's correct. I wasn't, this was pre my time, but at the last budget, the town of Rocky Mountain House elected not to fund 2 of our positions. So they remain, those positions are available, but they're not funded right now. So their staffing won't be seeking to fill those until the town of Rocky Mountain House says, yeah, we want to pay those positions again.
But there is police officers looking after the town of Rocky though.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes, you bet.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's just not 2 that are gone, and, well, the 2 are gone, but you still have a certain amount in
Yes.
the town of Rocky. Okay.
Yeah, you bet.
Good, good, thanks.
And when you started, you gave a number of positions that, is this kind of typical that we'd see for longer term unavailable people along with some that are transferring? Is this kind of a normal process, or is this you've kind of captured an unusual moment?
I wouldn't, I can say I'm not alone. When I sit at the detachment commander meetings, we're all singing the same tales of woe. Some just have higher parts. Beaumont, for example, they are literally functioning on one constable. Yes. Right. So I say tales of woe, but it could be worse. And it's not an unusual snapshot, is the short answer.
I appreciate that. We do get the opportunity, very fortunately, to sit in front of K Division and a panel of decision makers there as well. So certainly we've advocated in the past of what a terrific detachment we have here and how the work is making a difference within our community, and certainly our support for the RCMP in general. I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. Wow. This is in so many areas of society we hear that there's a shortage of skilled people in positions where they do truly provide a valuable good or service to society. I think we've heard this multiple times. This could be an opportunity for this council to maybe lobby the provincial government and maybe the federal government to eliminate many unnecessary roles in society that have been created there. They don't, those positions maybe don't provide a valuable good or service to society and are often paid or funded by tax dollars. So those positions often, what I've witnessed and what I've observed is it creates a false narrative that we need more people. Many areas of society are somewhat, I would say, overpopulated for the infrastructure that even the province has right now. The healthcare system, the housing. So, and these unnecessary roles also skew the unemployment statistics. It looks like you have a very busy economy, when in fact, I could give examples here, but some of them I prefer not to say just on with the name of the organizations. I think I'll just, but there are many, what I've observed is there are many unnecessary roles that have been created in society that are mostly funded by tax dollars and don't provide a valuable good or service to society. So it leaves other areas of society short, where you do need carpenters, you need policing, you need healthcare. This is an opportunity, and I really strongly think that the provincial and federal governments should be lobbied to eliminate many of those roles.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't know if that would actually make it so people actually go to depot though. Like, so just if you're opening up people where you think that their role may not be appropriate, that doesn't mean that they're gonna pass a pair and a lie detector test and all the things to actually be a successful RCMP officer or a successful soldier or a successful nurse or like, I don't disagree that could be an option, but that doesn't mean that those people can turn around and fill those roles or would even want to. Perhaps with the great working relationship we have with the school board, maybe there's an opportunity to do something like a junior policing program similar to a junior firefighter program and actually work towards growing our own and have them start in high school seeing that as an actual super viable career goal. It's one of my goals to do with fire service, considering we have a training center right beside a brand new high school. I don't see why we can't use that as an opportunity to piggyback it on an emergency services cadet program and have it a joint venture between policing, fire, and even EMS, and try to create a growing our own program and have them see it as a viable job that they can do in society. Because I think that's part of the problem, is it's not seen as the gold standard, go get that job like it used to be. It's not as sought after as it once was.
I appreciate you bringing that up. I think our school resource officer program has been so well received, and the individuals we've had in that are exceptional people. I think it's kids and youth being known to police for the right reasons. I think it's been really positive. I hope we can continue with the successes of that as well. But maybe that will bear fruit as those generations move through the school. Additional efforts put into outreach within our schools, maybe open up that potential of, I see the school resource officer, I have a relationship, I can picture myself doing that in the future, and hopefully brings more people, more kids into the recruiting process. Anyway. Additional questions, thoughts, comments? Well, again, it was so nice meeting you. Thank you for taking the time to check in with us. And I leave the floor for you if there's anything else you'd like to say. I don't want to cut you short. I know you've got a busy day.
I just want to say thank you for taking the time to allow us to be here and to have these conversations. And my goal is for us to be out in the community and we can have this conversation while we're picking up our coffees and making us a little bit more accessible and strengthening the relationships that already exist. I think there's going to be lots of partnership opportunities in the future, which I'm excited about.
Absolutely.
Well, again, thank you so much for joining us today. I'd look to council for a motion to accept the delegation's presentation for information. Councillor Ratcliffe was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Again, thanks so much. And you're welcome back anytime.
I'll come back every time.
Excellent.
I'm just gonna go over here. Thank you.
So I believe our next delegation is scheduled for 2:15 unless there was an ability to move that forward. We'll probably take a break until that time. So why don't we take a break for at least 10 and then be back at 2:10, please? Welcome back, everyone. We can continue through our agenda of the day, and I think we have one final item here from Agriculture and Community Services, and that is item 6.1, increased funding for Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services. And I shall turn the floor across to Ms. Bertinoli to let us know about this item.
Thank you, Reeve. Good afternoon, Council. The agenda item we have before us is a request for decision for increased funding for the Clearwater Regional FCSS.
Oh. She is here now. Oh. And the great, come on in, Andrea. No, it's absolutely, we decided to forge ahead a little bit, but please come and join us. We're just starting to introduce the item now. Do you know everybody? Let's just do a quick round of introductions here. We'll start with Councillor Graham.
Good afternoon, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Hello there, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Great to see you again, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Hi, Daryl Lougheed, Division 3 and Reeve.
Good afternoon, Andrea. Neil Ratcliffe from Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Tracy Haight, Legislative Services Coordinator.
Hi, Andrea. Rick Emmons, CAO.
Hello, Andrea. Anne-Marie Bertignoli, Supervisor Community Services and Agricultural Production. Hello.
Thanks for waiting, everybody. I was running from meeting to meeting. I went late. So I appreciate it.
We appreciate you being here. And I think we had just started to introduce the item, but if you would like to present as well, I'll let you and Annie fight it out. So.
Great.
Sure. And so we have Andrea Hardy here today, who is the manager of the Clearwater Regional FCSS. And she is here to request an increase in funding so that we can keep our 80%, 20% funding format that is in our 3-year agreement. We can maintain that, agreement. So I'm going to pass you over to Andrea so she can explain more.
Great intro, thank you. Yes, we were lucky enough to receive an increase province-wide all FCSS programs totaling $5 million. So our chunk of that is just under 23,000, which is on the chart that everybody should have in their agenda package. So maybe I'll first start just a quick, what is FCSS, what do we do, just so everybody's on the same page if that works. Okay, so basically we try to intervene at the earliest opportunity to help individuals, families, and communities. So we're preventative social services, we're not intervention like say children's services. So we try to navigate in the prevention realm, which is often hard to prove, but that's what we do in FCSS. And we're regional, so we're Caroline, Rocky Mountain House, and the county all together with the town as the managing partner. And we do have an 80-20 funding split. So out of every dollar, 80% comes from the province and 20% comes from our regional partners. So pretty good deal on every dollar, right? So we got an increase. It's different in this year than it is for the next 2 years. I'm not sure why that is. That was just the agreement we were given by the province. They first announced this increase in the spring around election time, and then we just rolled out with the agreement in the summer. So we'll be hard pressed to spend these dollars before year end. So I really appreciate Alana squeezing me in today's agenda, and as well, you being here as well. So what does this look like for the county? Should you agree to move forward with the funding split of 80-20? It would basically look like a slight increase over the 3 years, with year 2 and 3 being the same, because now we have 3-year funding cycles in FCSS, which gives us some kind of stability rather than year to year as prior. So this is our first 3-year agreement. I just wanted to note that because I do appreciate that we have that stability in FCSS. So for us this year, we will get an additional $18,398.07 from the province, totaling just under $23,000 with increased municipal contributions of this year. And then in 24 and 25, we'll get an additional $24,530 in spare change from the province and increased municipal contributions of just over $6,000. So that's an extra $30,000, just about $31,000 annually for FCSS. So that's good. It's not a lot overall, but it's better than nothing. So I'm just here today to ask if the county's contribution would be granted, which is $2,838.47 for 2023, and it's a little bit more for 24 and 25. Was that said too fast? Does everybody see it on the papers here?
I think,
Great.
I think that, does council have any questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. No, I would happily make the motion that council approves an increase to the Ag and Community Services 2023 operating budget in the amount of $2,838.47, funding from contingency for the Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services contribution.
Thank you for that. That was a mouthful. Questions relating to that resolution? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Just as simple as that.
Thank you. Wow, that was super
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
My assumption is the other increases for the subsequent years will come at budget, and they will be worked into 2024, 2025 budget cycle.
Budget deliberation time.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, and apologies for the short notice. It was rolled down from the top, from the province. And town approved their contributions already, I should have noted. Village, I went this morning, I haven't officially heard back, but I'm suspecting it's a yes, but not official yet.
Okay, super. Thanks so much
Great.
for taking the time to present to us. We appreciate you have very busy days, and the update is super. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Reeve and Council.
Take care. You too.
Woohoo. I think we're nearing the end, so, all right, take care. So with that, unless there was anything I have missed, I believe that takes us to the final motion of the day. And I'm looking to Councillor Northcott, which has become almost a tradition here. That's great. Any discussion on that? All those in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we will see you back here, I believe, the 24th.